Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Sprints. How is everyone doing? We are doing Boot Camp Readathon sprints today. So I have to come up with something for you guys to do. Always remember to hydrate. I am currently got my coffee for the morning, but I will switch to water in one of the later sprints. I am going to be focusing on trying to finish God Killer. If I can finish this one, then my next book on the list is It's Just Business by Lauren Landish and Willow Winters. This is for the indie published author. And it's the next in my page count because I decided to set up the page count where it goes from smallest to largest, and that's how I'm going to try to read my books this month. See how it works out. Next month I might do largest book count, largest page count to smallest. We'll see. I haven't done my July TBR yet. That, and I probably won't have too many books in July because we're doing a lot of the kids like summertime field trips, and we have vacation, more like a staycation type thing because we're just going over to Orlando for Disney, and I am taking the husband to Epic Universe, so a couple of day trips, those kinds of things. We are starting out like locally with our trips, and then as the kids get older, then we expand out into other places. That's what's on my agenda. I also want to, I have a few things here on the floor I want to work on. I have to update my everyday planner. And then I have my reading planner that I need to grab some information from. And then I have my book journal that I need to update on a few things. So I have all of that. And I have my books. And if I don't feel like doing any of that, there is a diamond painting over there that needs to be worked on because I have not worked on it in like 2 days. So I'm behind on my little square count. I was trying to see how far I could get in through the end of June, and I missed 2 days. We'll see. That's what I have planned. Let's see what all, who all is here, and we'll go from there. Elena stopped in before I started. She said, "Good morning, Alicia. Continuing A Game of Thrones by George R.R. Martin. I am at 437 of 674 and managed 63% into the book. I have to leave early at 9:30 this morning as I am to go to circuit training." Circuit or circus? Either way, hopefully it goes well. And that is definitely one that I need to read. It's on my goals list. I need to read the Game of Thrones series before the end of the year. I have the books, and every time I look at it, it's intimidating. And I have the audiobook for the first one, so this should be a no-brainer, right? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Swank is here. Howdy, everybody. Happy World Ocean Day. Happy Name Your Poison Day. And happy Best Friends Day. I got the Happy Best Friends Day one from my best friend. Jen and I were texting earlier. Because we were making plans to go to Disney Springs. I broke my coffee mug, the yellow one that I usually have. I broke it, so now I have to go buy a new one. Hopefully they still have it, otherwise I'm going to be sad. And then I have to pick a new one. Hey lovelies from Hermit. Hello, hello. Let us know what you're working on or reading. Swank says, hello again, Hermie baby. Hi, Alicia from Livia. Hello, hello. Hermie says, hey, Swanky baby. Nadim, hello everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Ciao, Livia from Swank. Good morning. Finished The Lilac People by Milo Todd. First book of Pride. Starting The Price of Salt by Patricia Highsmith. Ooh. Are these books that I should be looking into? Were they good? Let me know. Good morning, Livia from Anne. Livia says, hi, Nadim, Swank, Hermie, and Anne. All the hellos. Hey, Alicia and friends, using these sprints for school assignments, hoping to get at least one big project done before Hunger Games. Nice. Nadim says, I'm currently reading The Lacuna by Barbara Kingsolver. How many more of her books do you have to read? Hi, Jen from Swank. Kelly says, I'm reading Engines of Winter by E.M. Rensing. It's a nutcracker sci-fi retelling, and I'm quite enjoying it. About 40 pages left to read before In Real Life Book Club this afternoon. Ooh. Nice, nice. Sounds interesting. A nutcracker sci-fi retelling. That's interesting. Hey, Livia Love from Hermie. Hi, Jen. Hi, Kelly from Livia. Kelly is waving. Hi, Livia. Nadim says hello to Olivia. Hey, Elena from Olivia. Kelly says, I have trouble starting a series when the author hasn't written the next book in years. I know George R.R. Martin still owes us a book for Game of Thrones, but at this point, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, I've been kind of holding off, mainly because, one, those books are intimidating by themselves, and two, I want to kind of like just wait until he puts out that last book and just binge the series. But at the same time, at this point, I don't think he's going to do it. I mean, the way that they ended the TV series, which I still have to get caught up on, I've only seen half of season 1. And then I stopped and I was just like, well, I'll read the books and then go back. But then there was the whole, I guess they changed things and yeah. I don't know. I'm reading Summer Skin by Denny Lakely. I'm 16% through it. Nice. Reporting for duty, drill instructor Alicia. Good morning. Hello, Christina. How are you? Hello, Swank from Anne. Christina says, recruits, don't forget to salute the like button and make sure to report for duty by subscribing, and be sure to stop by the mess hall and get some hydration in. Yes, yes. And I recently checked. I am currently at 386. So to all the like 20 some people that recently subscribed, thank you. I appreciate it. I am trying to reach a goal of 500 by the end of the month. So we're already 8 days in. We'll see what happens. I'm crossing my fingers. Hermie says, hey, Nadim. Same, Kelly says, Livia. Also, if you stop by the mess hall, let us know what you had. Post pictures in the Discord. Oh, I forgot to do that. I could have posted my breakfast. I had sausage, bacon, eggs with cheese, and cinnamon raisin toast with butter, and coffee. Always coffee. Recruits, stop by the arts and crafts tent, post pictures of your projects in the Discord too. I did do that last night. I posted a picture of the updated cross stitch project I was working on. I will probably work on that later as well, but we'll see how the day goes, because I want to play my Switch so that I can finish this mission that I was on in Hogwarts Legacy. Christina, says Swank. Hi, Christina from Livia. Hi, Christina from Kelly. Hi, Swank from Christina. Hi, Livia from Christina. Hi, Kelly from Christina. All the hellos. I love it. I'm listening to The Night and the Moth and planning lots of sprints. Nice, nice. It's going to be interesting to do July's sprints because I know that the weekends we're starting to plan some of the kids' like field trips, as I call them. We're planning on a couple of educational ones. Some of them are just like we're going to have fun type. So I'll see because I might do some during the week because most of these things are going to be on the weekend, or they might all stay on Sunday. We'll wait and see. I'll know more as the month goes on. Christina says Boot Camp Readathon announcement and co-host TBR video playlist. Here is the link for that. Boot Camp Convoy Sprints playlist. There's the link for that. And attention all boot camp recruits. Remember to refresh the playlist as deployment orders keep changing. Yes, and fun fact, summertime is generally the time when military people are deploying. So it could be either just the person who's in the military goes somewhere else, or it could be the whole family is moving from one location to the other. Because I know a lot of times, with the exception of one, all of my, like anytime my family moved growing up, we moved during the summer. It's like the best time for everyone to move, especially if you have kids, because they're not in school. You can do the move, get settled before they start the new school year. Boot Camp Discord, be sure to check that out if you haven't already. Drill instructor Shantel created a boot camp storygraph challenge, so there's the link for that. Go check it out if you haven't already. I don't have storygraph, but I have seen the challenge, so it looks very well organized. Excuse me. Anne says, definitely recommend The Lilac People. It's a historical fiction about the transgender and homosexual community in Germany during and after World War II. You had me until you said historical fiction. Me and historical fiction don't get along. I have tried numerous ones, and historical fiction just does not stay with me. But I may still check it out. We'll see. I'll see if my library has a copy. I'll give it a try. I can't guarantee that I'll finish it, but I'll give it a try. Because I keep trying. Like, I don't want to force myself to like historical fiction, if that makes sense. But I at least want to expand and read more. I don't think he's going to write the last book either, which is why Game of Thrones isn't even on my TBR. I mean, I'll read what he has out because I do have the first 5, so I'll read them. If he doesn't do anything with the last book, then I may or may not keep my Game of Thrones, mainly because, like, it's kind of like one of those, you read the book and then you watch the show, or you watch the show and you read the books, and it's vice versa. So, like, for example, the Sookie Stackhouse series. I'm reading the books. I will not keep the books because they're so different from the TV show, and they're so out of, like, timeline. Like, if you go by the timeline for the show, the books do not stick to that timeline. So the things that happen from season 1 to the last season are not the same in the books. And there are so many differences in the books from the show that, I'm not going to lie, I like the show far better than the books. So if you know the differences, you know. If not, feel free to read them and find out and then watch the show. But I have True Blood on DVD, so I will finish the Sookie Stackhouse books, but I probably won't keep them. Mainly because they're just, the more I read, the weirder they get. Not gonna lie. Christina says, I am sleepy, was up late early with drill instructor Koda. Oh, I think I missed Koda's, depending on when he started, because I went to bed 11-ish. Somewhere in there. Kat says, good morning, Alicia and friends in the chat. I just finished my first book for June, A More Perfect Union by J.A. Jance, excuse me. It's the 6th book in the J.P. Beaumont detective series. I remember you saying you were reading that, and you're enjoying them all, it looks like, because you've continued. How many books are in that series total? Do you know? It's my favorite of the series so far. Ooh, I might have to check this out. You'll have to let me know what the first book is. Hi, Kat from Swank. Hi, Kat from Livia. Hi, Swank and Livia from Kat. During the first sprint, I'll be working on some financial tasks. I did that all yesterday, so I don't have to do it today. Thank goodness. Hello, everyone from Annette. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Christina says, hey, recruits looking for a new to you booktuber. Here is one you can try. Ash from Books to Ashes is sprinting now. There is the link, so go pop over and say hello. Hi, Alicia, and hi, Ralphie. This is my in real life best friend. Ralphie. Jennifer says hi. He's very clingy this morning. Hi, Annette from Christina. Hi, Jen and Jen from Christina. There are 2 Jens in here. I'll have to remember to, keep them straight. No, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. Hi, Kat from Christina. Hi, Kay from Jen. Hi, Christina from Annette. I love historical fiction. My 2 most read genres are fantasy and historical fiction. I can do fantasy, no problem. I think I actually prefer that one over some of the others I've read, but I think mine are fantasy and romance. So I've started reading some of the, I guess, what are they called now? Romanticities. But I don't know, I've tried different historical ones and I can't get through them. It's either doesn't capture my attention enough to keep going, or I just read it and I go, why? Hermie says, I'm adding that to my TBR, and same, Kelly. I'm also adding Lilac People to my TBR. Nice. Recommendations in the chat. Ooh, I already had it there. Huh. Christina says, if you're on the convoy, hover over the up next button right next to the play pause button. If it is not Koda, refresh, please. I love historical fiction and classics. That's another one I have to read is classics. I have a bunch of them and I just have not read them. Oh no, we were just hanging out until about 5:30-ish our time, EDT. So it's like a backstage thing. Gotcha. Morning, people, from Anna. I'm about to go out to the library for the library prompt and to get a couple of books. I'll record as much as I can. Ooh, nice. I will be going to the library this week because I think some of my holds came in. So I'll be fulfilling that prompt. Do we have to film it? Because I haven't really been filming anything in terms of vlogs for this. I've just been doing the sprints and then completing the tasks in the background. I always forget to film if I'm supposed to. My partner already left with Tesla, but I have to take the bus because of my ankle. Yes, be careful with your ankle, ma'am. Do you have crutches or something easily that you can help to keep it off? Keep your ankle. Anne says, my cats Nemo and Franklin say good morning to Ralphie. Look, Ralphie, you got friends. Nemo and Franklin say good morning. Meow. He's just like, why do you bother me, woman? Good morning, Anna. We got all the shelves up. Yay! I can't wait to see the pictures when they're all done. Annette says I'm reading Six Wild Crowns, a fantasy take on Tudor history. Interesting. I do have the show The Tudors. Is it season 1? Season 2? Season 1 and 2? I don't know. I have a couple of them, I think. Hi, Anne from Christina. See, I've touched him too much. Now he's trying to come down and sit in my lap. Anna says, hi, Hermie, Annette, lovely Christina, Swank, Livia, Kat, and Kelly, and anyone I missed. Hola, Anna. Anna says, I'll leave you on and hope to be back before you finish. We haven't even started the first sprint yet. We're almost done with the comments, I think. Kat says, until Proving Guilty is the first book in the series, it has quite a few books, 15 or so. And this series intersects at some point with Jance's Joanna. Oh, dear God. Okay, so maybe not start this one anytime soon. Because I'm in the middle of a series like that. Where's the book? Because this series, I'm in this series, and this is the next book for me to read, but then it also intermingles with the Flesh and Fire series. So it's like I read this one, and then I read something in the Flesh and Fire series. I think the next one is like A Light in the Flame or something. And then I go back to the one that's after this, and then I go back. So it's a very like almost tandem read. You don't read them at the same time, but you, after this book, you start intermingling the series, and I don't like it, to be honest. I would rather just read and then fill in the gaps, but I'm reading it with my book club, so we'll see. I might just read ahead. Anna says, I love HF and classics too. Oh, historical fiction. Y'all make me feel like I'm missing something, but at the same time, historical fiction is just not my cup of tea. Kat says, we'll be started the Brady series soon in preparation for the intersection. Ooh. I wish my library was open on Sunday. Same. I mean, there are some libraries that are open in my area, but the one I typically go to, I don't think is open today. Annette says, I also have library holds to pick up this week. I have a couple now, because I have to also finish reading, what was it? The Fried Green Tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe, I think it is. I need to finish that one so I can return it. And then I have one to pick up. So it's a lot of like drop off, pick up one type. That's my phone, I'm sorry. I do have crutches. Oh, good. Yes, definitely keep it off. Don't put any pressure on your ankle if you can help it. Let it heal. Hey, Ralphie. Love seeing you round. Anna says hello. He's moved down, so now he's sitting like right here. Anna says, yay, so glad you got the shelves up and that Charles could successfully cover all the holes, LOL. Yay! Historical ones I like is Victoria or 1920s. My most read is horror and cozy mysteries. I've read a couple of cozy mysteries. I do like those. And anything kind of like Legends and Lattes, where it's cozy, but it has a little bit of like fantasy in it. Those are nice too. Palette cleansers, as I call them. Christina says, yeah, we were working on things. I'm reading Catching Fire. Anne says, mine say, why are you both bothering me all the time? Yep. They just look at me and, why? Why do you bother me? Hermie says, hey, Anna. Sorry, missed you saying hey. No worries, says Anna. Charles' Uncle Daddy says, hi, Alicia. Hi, Charles. He also says, hi, Anna, and the situation with the holes was resolved. Charles' Uncle Daddy also says, hi, everyone. Hello. Hello. How are you liking fried green tomatoes, Alicia? I'm not too far into it, but I just got the audiobook, so I'll let you know. I will send you a message. But so far, so good from what I've been reading with my eyeballs. I hope to finish. This week, my reading is going to be finishing God Killer. I have It's Just Business to read, and then I'm going to finish reading the fried green tomatoes. Those are my primary focus for this week, and then if I finish those, then I move on to the next book. Because I also have The Z Word, and I think the next one in the book count after this one is Raiders of the Lost Heart. So I've got the lineup all set. I just have to get through them. All right, I'm going to try to finish these comments so we can start our first sprint by 11:30 because, everyone is here and saying hello. I love it, though. Swank says, hi, Cud. Charles, Uncle Daddy. Hi, Ralph. Everybody's saying hi, Ralphie. Anne says, we are expecting thunderstorms this afternoon, so we are staying home. I think it's supposed to rain today here, too. Let me see. I know that our high today is, I think, 90. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. It says we have a high of 92, but it'll feel like 97. And surprisingly, the highest chance of rain is at 1 p.m. It's a 15% chance of rain. So we might not get rain today. Earlier, they were saying that we might get rain, but maybe it's not. They fibbed. Swank says, my Salem says, howdy, everyone. Hello, Salem. Hey, Charles, Uncle Daddy from Hermie. I read Fried Green Tomatoes in May. How did you like it? Nemo just gave me the look. He wants to know why I woke him up again. So you could say hello. Hermie says, you've got a nice mix of books happening. Yes. My TBR, which you guys have not seen the video for because I'm behind on uploading. I'm editing my birthday book haul right now, and then my June TBR will go up after that. But my June TBR, I don't know if you guys will be able to see it. Oh, yeah. So these books right here are for the readathon, the Boot Camp Readathon. And then I'm going to try to read all of the ACOTAR series. So this is my June TBR right here. So it's the 8th, and I need to get through, I think, like 18 books. Hence why I figured if I went smallest to largest in page count, then I would be okay and possibly be able to do it because a lot of the ACOTAR books are chunky books. So we'll see. Jen says hi to Isis too, even though she isn't there. Yes, she has been doing this thing where she eats breakfast and then she goes and sits at the back door because she wants to go outside and lay outside in the chair all day. She's an outdoor cat now. Like she gets mad when I bring her in because I think she's been outside in the heat too long. She comes in, she like eats, gets water, goes to the litter box, and then she wants to go back outside. That is her routine right now. And I guess I can't blame her because as she gets older, it feels like she's cold to the touch, but then she goes outside and she gets warm and she's fine. I don't know. I'll see if I can't bring her in here later. Christina says, I liked it, but then I loved the movie. There's a movie? Oh, that's right. I remember you guys saying there was a movie. I'll have to see if the library has that so I can read it, I guess, or watch it after I finish reading the book. You knew what I was saying. Anne says, Alicia, you know the look a cat can give you. Oh my God, do I ever. These cats, they have I know what they're trying to tell me when they give me certain looks or they give me certain meows. And I can tell the meows apart. Like, I know if Ralphie's meowing and I know if Isis is meowing. And I used to, when we still had Simon, I knew his meow because Simon never meowed unless there was something wrong. So if Simon was meowing, then there was an issue. Because he didn't really meow and he still had like a kitten meow. Ralphie, I can tell the difference between his meows, and Isis, I can tell like she gets louder when she's like yelling at you. So I just look at her and I just stop yelling at me, okay? We can get whatever it is that you want, but stop yelling at me. And then she just goes, So it's quite funny. Coffee, yes. Make sure you have your coffee. Make sure you have your hydration. And make sure you have snacks or you've eaten whatever meal of the day it is, breakfast, lunch, dinner, supper, dinner, brunch. I'm covering all of the bases. Make sure you've got all of them set up and ready to go. Cheers. Cheers. And Christina, I believe, is the last comment. So here we go. Our cat never really meowed until recently. Now she seems to be getting clingy and very vocal. That's how my cats are. Isis is 15 and Ralphie is 14. So I don't know if it's like a because they're getting older thing or what, but they've started becoming more clingy because there's Ralphie. Isis, she's becoming a little more independent. Like she'll go outside all day, but she'll let you know, like when she needs something. And says, Christina, how old is your cat? I don't know, actually. You don't know how old they are? Or you don't, I don't understand. Oh, she might not know how old they are. Charlie does the same thing. He'll go out and bark, but he'll go out and scream. So when he begs to go out, I'll say, okay, but don't go out there and scream at people. That's funny. I do the same thing. It's like sometimes they can understand, I feel like, and other times they just look at you like, what? Christina says, I had a dog, but it got hit by a car. Oh no. The moment her here stopped, the cat wrapped around my legs and walked inside. The moment her here. Maybe when the moment happened, the cat stopped and wrapped around my legs and walked inside. It's funny how cats just know. Like, we have a couple of feral cats that roam in our yard at nighttime, and they always get caught by the camera because we have like outdoor security cameras, and they're always like the camera picks them up and they freeze. Christina says she decided to live here, although we did not see a lot of her for the first few years. Then she started interacting with us. Her heart stopped. Oh, I got you. It felt like a soul jump. Oh, it could be. It could be. Or the cat. I mean, cats have healing vibes, and they know, like, when somebody's in need. Maybe she felt what was going on. And she was like, I need to heal them. It is now my job. But I think she's older. She could be. All right. That is the last of the comments. I'm going to start it. We're going to go because now we've been chatting for 35 minutes. So let me pull up the cat. We have a nice blue background for today. And I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity. Meow. Hello and welcome back from the first sprint. How did everyone do? I know that we had a couple of people join us, but let me know how you did. I checked on the family because I think my husband is going to start doing the lawn mowing. Sorry, my sweatpants were like stuck under my butt. But so if you hear lawn mowing, it might be him. I don't know if he started yet. I updated my everyday planner, so that is all good. I do have to add 1 or 2 more pieces to the planner, and then that will be completely done for now. And then I need to go through the reading planner. And then I also read, I believe it was like 20 to 25 pages of God Killer. So that is moving along. Ralphie has been in and out, so hopefully he has decided that he's going to stay and like hang out or not. But I told him he's either has to be in or out. I can't keep opening the door and closing the door because the kids are being loud. But that's pretty much everything that I got up to. Let me see where I left off in the comments. Wow, so many. Okay, here we go. The last comment was we were talking about Christina's cat, and she thinks that the cat might be older. It was funny because she knows none of us and just walked in like she was home. I wonder if it's a case of like they may have lived there before you moved in, and then she's just like, oh, well, this is my home. I'm just gonna step on in. Or, like I said, she just knew. She just knew that you guys needed a new pet. Anne says, if I cry, Nemo gets in my lap and licks my tears. Aww. I know Ralphie will come and check me out. Like, he'll sniff me and he'll make sure that I'm okay. And then he sits with me and kind of purrs for a little bit to make sure that I'm fine. Isis has started doing that. She'll come and she'll check on me. And then when she thinks I'm fine, she runs away. I don't know why. But cats know. They say that their purr has healing vibes. Swank says, I love cats so much. Me too. I grew up with cats. I think we had a dog once. But I don't remember too much because I was itty bitty when we had her. So, I saw the next comment. Christina says, hi, Kim. How are things? Kim says, good morning. I saw this one before I saw that one. All right. So Christina says, hi, Kim. How are things? Lexi's here. Good morning. Picking up Lost Book of the White. Ooh, I am nowhere near that one. In terms of Shadowhunters and the that whole realm of books, I have only read City of Bones. So that is another series. Like, I want to get all of Cassandra Clare's books read by the end of the year. Will that happen? I don't know. Because this month I'm doing the ACOTAR books. Next month, I think I'm going to try to finish out the Sookie Stackhouse books. And then I have to pick a series for August. So maybe, cross fingers. I also have a couple of other series where I have like one book left to finish out, like 4 different series. So I don't know, August or September, I might do Cassandra Clare and just see how many I can get through. But let us know how you're liking Lost Book of the White. That sounds like it is a Magnus Bane thing. Anne says it's raining. Oh. Christina says, is that a Shadowhunters book, Lexi? Lexi says, yep, Christina. Christina says, cool. I'll have to check that one out. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and Lexi, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Lost Book of the White is book 2 after the Red Scrolls of Magic, I think. I would have to look it up, but let me know if I'm right or wrong, if you know. Because I think it's part of that series. Like, it's like is it the Lost Scrolls or Black Scrolls of Magic? And then there's the Lost Book of the White or something like that. There's like a whole series about it, I think. Christina says, my nose has decided not to participate in today's events. Don't know why I am surprised. We cleaned yesterday, so now I am sick. I'm allergic to cleaning. I mean, it could be. I mean, if you were dusting and getting all the stuff up, dust, you could be allergic to the dust or dust mites. Kim says, hi, Christina. Just laying in bed dealing with cramps a week earlier. Oh, no. On a better note, I'm loving Dungeon Crawler Carl. I've heard about that one. Good to know that you are enjoying it. Sorry that you have to deal with the cramps. That was me last week, if you remember. So, we're not allowed to sync, you and I. No. But I hope you feel better. If you have some, try heat therapy. Like, I usually take some Advil or something like that to help, but then I also will put a heat therapy patch on. I get them from Walgreens, but you can get them anywhere. Thermacare is sold, and they have one specifically for menstrual cramps. So check it out if you feel like that would be helpful. I know it's super helpful to me, and I don't put them on unless I absolutely need to. And I did it twice last week because my cramps were they were unbearable. I had all of the things going on last week. But I survived. Coffee, create, and connect. Hey, everyone. Let me know if there is something, if you would rather be called by your name, and let us know what it is. I'm sure I have it in my list, but I do not remember. So let me know, and I will add you to my list. I need to get my little post-it note of notes. Because I feel like I've done this several times, and I go, no, we just need to make sure. How's it going? I am doing well. We're doing Sunday boot camp morning sprints. Well, now it's afternoon because I started in the morning. And we're doing all of the things today. Reading the switch, folding laundry, cutting the grass, updating planners. We're doing all of the things here. Planning summer stuff for the children. My house is chaotic during the summer, but we make the best of it. Coffee says, I would love to have lunch, but my dog is sleeping like 3 feet away from me, and if I make any sudden movement, quiet time will become a screeching halt. Oh, that's no fun. Courtney is here. Hello. Good afternoon, boot campers. I'm out and about, but wanted to say hello. Christina had coffee. I still have mine. I need to finish it and grab my water. Kelly says, I finished my book. Yay! It was so respectful of the original story while being super creative with the sci-fi elements. It was really good. Ooh. Remind me again what this one is called. I'll have to check it out. I like retellings. Kim says, I'm just chilling and watching Bones. What season are you on now? I think I'm still on season 2. I couldn't tell you what episode I'm on because I haven't watched it in a while. House went on the market Friday. We had 2 showings yesterday, and one of them wanted more info. No showing yet for today. Ooh. Now, do you have to like vacate the premises when they're doing a showing, or can you just like hide out and then move move from room to room? Because I've seen it done both ways. There was one house that me and my husband looked at when we were looking for a house, and it was a mom and two kids, and she was sitting in the living room while we basically walked around her house and then went from there. We did not end up buying that house, obviously. There was too many things that just didn't seem like, there were some things that you could tell needed to be replaced and or redone. And then for whatever reason, they had their laundry room like outside on like the lanai. And I was like, I would rather not do my laundry outside, if you know what I mean. So no, we didn't. And the house, it seemed like it was cramped, and I don't know. It seemed like there was a lot of work to be done. It was cramped, and I didn't like the whole idea of the laundry room being outside. So hopefully your showings are going well, though. Kelly says Engines of Winter by E.M. Rinsing. If you missed it earlier, thank you. Engines of Winter. E.M. Rinsing. It's a Nutcracker retelling using the original story but honoring the ballet too. Yes. Kim says, I may try to read more of Dungeon Crawler Carl in the next sprint. Do it. Christina says, good morning, Drill Sergeant Courtney. Sorry I missed PT this morning, but I was doing yoga in bed, mostly. Savasana. Hopefully I pronounced that right. I have no idea. Nothing wrong with that. I have not even done my PT for today, so you are one step more than me. I will probably do that after sprints today. Kat says, I finished my financial tasks that I can do for today. I got dressed, about to write a few notes for a live chat I'll be doing for a book I read for the Fright Club book club. Nice. Yay to getting financial tasks done. I did some yesterday, and I feel like it took me, well, no, I did it Friday, and it feel like it took me like half the day because I was making sure, like, I balanced the checkbook, and then I went through and said, okay, what needs to come out? And then I went through and made sure that Alan got paid because they changed the day that you can like touch the money. Before, I don't know, when he first started this company, it was you could see the money, but it was pending until Friday. So Friday was the actual pay date, and then they switched it to then you could see it on Wednesday, and you could actually, the payday was on Thursday. And for whatever reason, they've now decided to go back to Fridays. So you can actually get your payday is actually on Friday, which I don't know why they keep changing it, to be honest. So, and now they've changed like his car allowance. I guess it was done all in one shot, and now they're splitting it up between paychecks. So it'll like he gets half of it the first paycheck, and the second half of it the like second paycheck of the month or whatever. I don't know. They're doing bizarre things. So we'll see what happens. But it feels like going through all of that, it takes like half a day now. And then I do forecasting, so I see like where we're at, and then I schedule bills, and then I see like I kind of do calculations based on what I think his next paycheck is going to be. I mean, they're relatively the same within like a few cents, but I can't always account for that because sometimes he gets commissions, and then I have to account for that, but I can't rely on that. So it's a whole thing. I hate finance stuff, to be honest, but I do it and I've been like watching our finances like a hawk because we're this close to paying off all of our debts. So hopefully, cross fingers, by the end of summer. And then you got dressed. I sort of did that. I changed my shirt and everything, but I still have sweatpants on. They're Star Wars. It's fun. And notes for the live chat. Good. You're well prepared. Very productive. Christina says it was maybe 10 plus years after we moved in here. What was 10 plus years after? Was that when the cat showed up? Oh, see, she knew you were ready for a pet. Christina says, I was just psychic, so knew Kim was here. Annette says, I made it to 83% of my book in that sprint. Nice, nice. Lexi says, disappeared for a bit, went to make some food. Ooh, what are we having? Is this breakfast or lunch or brunch? Let us know. Kim says, The Red Scrolls of Magic is book 1. I loved it. I still need to read the next one. Okay, so it is kind of like in a series. I knew it was the Scrolls of something. Yeah, I'm nowhere near that portion of Cassandra Clare's realm. I am on City of Ashes, if I can ever get to it. At this point, I think I've read City of Bones enough time that I can probably tell you what happens in book 1, but I couldn't tell you what happens in the rest of the series. So, but I may go back and read City of Bones. Like, I may just say, you know what? This month, I'm just going to binge the Immortal Instruments and go from there. Christina says, yeah, it is the dust. It is more funny saying the cleaning. Very true. I mean, I'm allergic to it too. So last time I cleaned and dusted in the bedroom, I had to wear a mask. Otherwise, I kept sneezing. Oh, feel better, Kim, says Christina. Yes, yes. On these YouTube streets, people call me Triple C, Coffee, or JL. Whichever you prefer. I can call you Coffee because that's the first of your name. But I will write it down also. Coffee or JL. Whichever I prefer is fine. Coffee it is, because I'll never forget it because I'm always drinking coffee in the morning. I usually use icy hot patches, but don't have any right now. I have the heating pad right now. That helps too. I had a massive migraine yesterday, which now makes sense, but all of this a week early, like I still... And I know you've been having kind of like the like moving stress and everything, which normally, well, everyone's different, but for me, when I get stressed out, my period doesn't come. But, it could cause it to come early. So that could be a thing too. But hopefully you have all of the right things that you need and are going to feel better. Excuse me. Thanks, Christina, from Kim. Yay for finishing Kelly from Christina. Season 11, almost done with my rewatch. Jesus Christ. Like I said, I'm on season 2. I'm trying to remember what was the last episode that I watched. I know I watched the one where Brennan and Hodgins was buried alive in a car. I think that was the end of season 1. And then going into season 2, I think Brennan figured out who her father was, and her brother and father took off in a pickup truck. And I guess they found a piece of her mother's remains or something like that. I'm somewhere around there in the episodes. I'm not too far into season 2, I don't think. Like I said, I'll have to go back and look. Hi, JL from Christina. Kim, we are meant to leave. We have 2 hours notice before a showing. I know the second one, my dad just took the dogs for a walk rather than drive around with them. Oh, that's true. I will Google the pronunciation of that so I can hear it. Savasana? Corpse pose. Corpse pose? Why are we doing corpse pose? I don't want to know. Corpse pose is the best pose? What? Why? I will Google this. No. I don't want to pose like a corpse. Christina or Kim says that sounds so confusing for the financial department and you all. It does, right? I don't know what. Well, and to be fair, they did say that they're changing the programming. I guess like the system that they're using to do paychecks and all of that stuff. But it's still like it gives me a headache sometimes. Because then Alan will just send me an email and he'll say, hey, heads up. And then I go, okay, so what does this mean? Like, break it down for me because I need to know so I know what I'm looking for or what not I'm looking for. It's very, like... Kat says, I have some other financial tasks to do, but I have to wait until Tuesday or Wednesday to complete them. I hope you meet your financial goals. It's so freeing. Yes. Everything that we have done so far, and then I see like on the news, I think it was last week or the week before, they were saying something about how like people with the student loan debt and this, that, and the other. And I was just like, I'm so glad we don't have that anymore. Like, we got rid of, I'll tell you, when we first started our debt-free journey, I think it was in 2021 is when we started it, but we got serious in 2022, was we had like 101,000 in just consumer debt. That's not including the mortgage. And that was tied up in like medical bills, credit cards, car payments, student loans, personal loans. So we had, I mean, you name it, we had it. And even then, like some of the stuff got added along the way. We had to replace the HVAC system. So then that was added. And then my husband needed to do the Invisalign for something about his teeth. And so that got added in. And like all of that is paid off with the exception of the credit cards. Those are our last two things. And they're not much. I would say we're under $5,000 now. So, but it's just everything. You name it, we had it. And now we're just down to those two. And it's so, I feel so much better about the finances versus what we had before. Because before, it's just like, oh, we got to pay this off. We got to pay this off. We got to pay this off. And so I was like reading financial book after financial book going, how can I do this? I need to know as much as possible. And now we're almost done. I'm like, yes. Now I want to start saving up money, but I got to, and like pay the house off. But I've got to pay the credit cards off first. So we're getting there. I cannot wait though. Lexi says, brunch, I suppose. I really don't eat breakfast, but I made eggs, sausage, and some toast, and I'm still sipping on my coffee. Same. We had sausage, bacon, eggs, and some toast, and I have coffee. Which reminds me, if you don't have any hydration devices, make sure you get some, whether that be coffee, water, juice, tea, whatever suits your fancy. Make sure you have some hydration. Make sure you're getting up and stretching. I know I will be doing that in the next sprint. Sherry's here. Cherie. Hi, Alicia and chats. Hello, hello. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Jen says, I got my outline topic picked, substance use disorders in patients with schizophrenia, and got my 5 sources picked. Started putting the outline together, which is step 2 of the project. Yay, progress. Lauren is here. Happy Sunday. How are you? I'm still sick from last week. I think it was the C word, so I'm just gonna relax and read today, still congested. Well, happy to have you here. I'm hoping you're feeling better from last week, and oh no, that is a very dreaded C word. So hopefully you feel better soon. I'm doing okay. We're doing all of the things today, like hitting my knee on the tray table that houses my laptop. We're doing reading and planner updates, laundry folding, all of the things. Hi, Lauren from Christina. I have no sense of smell. That is definitely part of the C word. Hopefully you get that back soon. Hi, Sherry. Lauren says hi to Christina. Kelly says, I've only finished the 2 books this month. Life has been crazy. I need to do nothing but read this week to catch up. I need to do that, but with my YouTube stuff. I have stuff filmed. I need to finish editing them so I can upload them and schedule them, and then I need to film a couple. So I'm hoping that I can do both reading and YouTube this week, but being that kids are on summer break, we'll see. This week's theme, I think they have decided, is going to be Lego week. So we'll be building Legos and watching Lego Masters and just having a fun time with it. Lauren says, I am reading Janet Ivanovich, Notorious 19. I'm about 100 pages left. Ooh, you might finish it today. Kelly says, meanwhile, I need to go wash dishes and eat something. Let us know what you're going to have and enjoy. I need to do dishes too. Hermie says, oops, I accidentally muted the tab and nearly missed the chatty bit. Oh no, we're still here. We're making our way through the comments so that we can go into sprint number 2. So you haven't missed much. Kim says the end of season 1 was her mom's remains being in limbo, if I remember. I think so. Because I think that was the case where they found her mom's remains. They were searching in places to find clues. And I think whoever, her dad was trying to give her the stay away, don't look for me type to protect her. But then there was somebody else. And I don't know, her and Hodgins ended up getting put in a car and buried alive, so to speak. But they managed to escape. So, but yeah, I'm somewhere after that. I'll go through and see where I'm at in the next sprint, and I'll let you know. Anne says, just took out the garbage. They come early tomorrow morning. Ours gets picked up Wednesdays and Saturdays. So we put ours out yesterday. Christina says, LOL, because I'm in bed sleeping. Haha. Oh, now I get it. Oh my gosh. It is the best post, Kim. Because you're both in bed. Oh my goodness. You too. Hermes says, I have finished planning for now. I have just finished The Night and the Moth, so going to switch over to Blood of Hercules next. Nice. That's 2 finished books, I believe. In the chat, Kim says, it's literally just the last pose of the class. You are just laying flat on your back and breathing. It hurts sometimes when I just lay on my back. It's like my body cannot do it. Things creak when they shouldn't. Try it this way. Savasina? Savasina? Maybe? Savasina. Is that right? Savasina? Say it 3 times fast. Who can do it? Christina says, wait, no, I was not sleeping. I was in deep meditation. There you go. That is a prompt. You have to do 5 minutes of meditation. Christina says, yeah, that is a better way, Jen. Thanks. The Grave Digger. Yes. That was the end of season 1, I believe. But now I'm in season 2. Lauren says, how long are you sprinting for today? We still have at least 2 more sprints. So another 45 and another 30. That's why I do it in bed, LOL. Jen, yes, the first way. You got it. Woohoo! Anne says, I need to do the laundry today and tomorrow so we can pack for our trip. Ooh, I hope you have a safe and fun trip. I have no idea where you're going, but I hope you have a fun and safe trip. Savasina. It's like saying Leviosa versus Leviosa. It hurts to lay flat on the floor. I know what you mean. I cannot lay on the floor either. It hurts. I don't know why. All right. That is the last comment I see. That's what I'm going with. Exactly. All right. I'm going to pull up the cat so we can go into our next sprint, which is 45. And I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy sprinting. Make sure you stretch and move about. Hello! How did everyone do on our second sprint? I got some more reading done. I did fold 2 loads of laundry, so that took up most of my sprint. And I went and checked on the family. Kids are watching their show, and hubby is, I don't know what he's doing right now, but it looks like he's having some trouble with the lawnmower. Either he has to go buy a battery or he's charging the battery. I don't know. He's doing something with the lawnmower because it's not working and he was going to cut the grass. But it is also very hot outside. So he may give it a pass and try it next time. So we'll see. But that's basically what I got up to. I checked on the family, did some laundry folding, and got a little bit of reading done. Not very much, but so yeah, we'll see what everyone got up to. I'm trying to find our last comment. I think this was the next one. And says, we are going to New York City. Ooh. I would like to go to New York City. I've driven through it, but I've never actually stopped and visited. Because I want to go see the Harry Potter store that they have in New York. I hear it's really gorgeous, and I've seen people do videos of it, and seeing them visiting, but it's a whole nother thing to see it in a video, look for another vlogger, and then actually go there and see it yourself. So that is one of my bucket list to do things, is I want to go see the Harry Potter store there. But I hope you have a safe, fun time in New York City. Kat says, I'm hopping off so I can get ready for attending the chat. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome. Thanks for hanging out. And depending on when I finish here is depending on if I am able to see the chat or for the book. If not, I'll go and find it and watch it. Jen says, heading to the gym. We'll listen to Hunger Games on the treadmill until you come back for the chatty bit. I'm on chapter 21 of 30. Ooh, you're almost done. Won't get it done before the watch along, but I've read it recently enough. There you go. You're almost done. You think you'll finish it today? Double N Jen says, good morning, everyone. Now we have possible 3 Jens. Ren says, hello, everyone. Hello. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Hermie says, I'm going to go and get set up for the watch along. Thanks for sprints. You're so welcome. Thanks for coming and stopping by and hanging out for a bit. Enjoy your watch along. Which one are you watching? Did you say? If not, let me know. Jen says, no reading or work. Changed out the laundry and just got to the gym. Ooh, have fun and on your workout. I need to do that later. Double N Jen says hi to Jen. I'm doing school stuff. Nice. Have to do a quick route in a bit. Nice. Hi, Kitty. Yep, that's Ralphie. He's sitting and hanging out. Yes, I know. I keep petting you and bothering you. You're okay. People are saying hi. He's being very, sleepy today. Lauren says, I have 25% of my book left. Nice. Hermie is hosting the Hunger Games watch along. Yes, but which one? Are we watching the first one, the second one? Ren says they are studying and reading today. Nice. What are you reading? Let us know. Thanks for sprints. Off to Hermie's Hunger Games. Nice. Thanks for stopping and hanging out. Hi, Jen from Christina. Hi, Ren from Christina. The first one. Oh, okay. I still pretty much remember that one, so enjoy. And may the odds be ever in your favor. Anne says, I'm excited to go to the Strand bookstore, supposed to have 43 miles of bookshelves. Oh my gosh. That's something to go see too. Woo! You would take hours to go through all that. I want to go and see it now. Ren is listening to The Night of the Vampire. Ooh, who's that by? I don't think I've heard of that one. By L.E. Wilson. I will write that down and check it out because I've never heard of it. Hopefully you are enjoying it. Annette says, read some more and made a cauliflower and chickpea curry for dinner. Ooh, yummy. I'm probably going to have leftover pizza when we're done here. Because today in my house is leftover day. So anything that is leftovers or considered leftovers, if it is still within edible range, then we eat it up and we clear all of it out so that when I start cooking next week, there's no leftovers. So today we have leftover pizza from Friday. I made macaroni and cheese yesterday, so there's some of that. I think there might be some sweet and sour chicken, which I'll have to double check to see when I made it because that might just need to go. And then there might be some hot dogs in there too. We will see. All of it will either get tossed or like eaten. We'll eat it, and then whatever's not eaten by the end of the day will get tossed. It's usually not much. We try to we're not wasteful here. Christina says, fed the younger one, sent the old one to the mines, and started Ink and Shadows by Ellery Adams, and my phone is giving me issues again. It worked yesterday after 2 days off, so I guess I will go back to listening on my laptop. I don't have time for my phone's attitude. I have Hoopla Chicken and Libby Chicken to play here. Oh my goodness. I hope you can get them all done. And boo for phones giving issues, because mine's been doing that too. It does like strange things. But then again, mine is a Samsung S10. So I'm probably well within the I need to replace it realm. Anne says, my daughter and I have a book wish list. Ooh, nice. I hope you find all of the books on your wish list. I love going in with a wish list. Ren says, found out about it today. LOL, I'm trying to get into more paranormal romance. Ooh. There are a lot of titles that are paranormal romance. And I love just about all of the ones I've read. I think the romance is between a vampire and a witch. Not sure though. Haven't started the book yet. Ooh, let us know when you find out. Jen says, I bought that giant grill box from Aldi so the kids want burgers for dinner. Ooh, nice. Fine by me. That just means hubby grills and I don't have to worry about cooking tonight. Don't you love when that happens? All you have to do is like set out the spread of like all the things they could possibly want to put on their burgers, and then all you have to do is clean up and put that away. I love those kind of days. So hamburgers and hot dogs and that kind of stuff my husband does on the grill, and all I have to do is set the table. Very nice, very nice. Oh, the comments jumped. Where is it? There we go. That's the next one. Christina says it just keeps pausing the book or closing the app. It was just Audible, but now Hoopla too. Oh, maybe restart the phone. All the books over 2 months came in yesterday. Oh my God. I hate when that happens, but at the same time, I'm just going, oh crap. They all came in. What do I read first? A giant grill box? Oh. Back, no reading, but watch some more Bones, and I may go to the dollar store real quick for some chocolate. Chocolate usually always helps me, and they say not to do it, but I do it anyway. As long as I have heat therapy, Advil, chocolate, maybe some orange juice, I'm good to go. I don't know why, but those 4 things always help me and get me back on track. It's starting to get a little chilly, which means I probably should switch. Anne says, there's also a used bookstore that I have been to that has a lot of used Penguin classics. Ooh. You are going to have all of the fun. I hope you find everything that you're looking for. Jen says, yes, that's what I love. That's why I love taco night. Taco night is the best too. Mm-hmm. The kids will get, because they don't really like the tortilla shells. So if we don't get the like crunchy ones, we'll get what's like a tortilla pocket, and we'll make it that way, and then they just eat it. It's so good. Christine says, "LOL, I have done that a few times." Done what? I don't know. Jen says, "Do they need to be updated, Christina?" Oh, that's a good thing too. Check and make sure that you don't have any pending updates. Jen says, Christina, I sent it to your IG. Thanks, Jen. I think I just need a new phone. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm trying to keep mine going until, like, it just says, no, we're not doing this anymore. But the more I think about it, like, me and my husband are having issues. So it might be time that, unfortunately, once we pay off the credit cards, it'll be time for new phones, and then we'll have the bill that way. We'll see. Jen says, oh, I hate getting a new phone and getting everything on it. I'm horrible with passwords. Yes, I had to start putting mine in a book that I keep hidden, because if I don't, I won't remember. And what I've done is I set it up so that the username is in pen and the password is in pencil, so that if I have to change my password, I can easily just erase it and write the new one in. Christina says, LOL, I restarted my phone a few times. Oh, yeah, you might be getting to the point where you need a new phone. Hello, Alicia, says Donna. Hello, how are you? What are we reading or working on? Anne says, we are also going to the 9/11 site, the Museum of Natural History, and the New York Public Library. Oh my gosh, you're going to all the good places. Take lots of pictures. Have fun. I would like to see all of that one day, because I remember when those towers fell. I was a senior in high school. It's very crazy what I remember about that day. I remember that I was in school. I went there, and then probably about 9:30, 10 o'clock, we had what was called a bomb threat drill. So everybody had to leave the building. People came in, did a sweep, and then as we were going back to our classes, you could hear over the hallway announcement saying that they were closing this school, that we were all being sent home early. And my mom initially thought that I was skipping school. And then I told her no, that we were sent home. And then shortly thereafter, my sister was coming through the front door. And then my mom said, hold on for a second. And then she said, I'll be home by 12:30. And basically what had happened is, when the towers started to fall and the Pentagon was hit, they had basically shut down anything that was within like a 25-mile radius of any military base. So at the time, my mom worked on a military base as a bank teller. So they shut down the base. That means any civilian working on the base was shipped out of the base. So they had to go home. And so same thing with the schools. We were really close to the base, so everything was getting locked down or shut down. So we all went home, and then we found out on the news that that's what had happened. So it was quite crazy. And not too long after that, at the time, he was my best friend. My husband now, Alan, was shipped to the Pentagon so that they could do patrols and security detail and stuff like that. So he was there. I don't like this shirt today. It's like bothering me. But yeah, it was a whole thing. So I kept in touch with him, made sure he was okay. My mom and I sent him care packages and stuff like that. And now here we are, almost 20 years married. Crazy how that works. Donna says, I took a nap. Now I'm eating a yogurt bowl before I get to reading. What are we reading today, Donna? Let us know. Yogurt bowl. I might have that when I get back home. Yogurt does sound good. I might have some. I have strawberry or peach. Maybe I'll add some fruit to it. Donna says, I'll be reading Before I Let Go. I don't know that one. Who is that by? Lauren says, my uncle was supposed to be in the building that day, but his meeting changed. Oh, wow. His fate was changed. All because of a meeting that was changed. Wow. Anne says, my daughter is 14 years old, so she has only read about it at school. Wow. It's hard to believe. Like, I know for, like, my kids, because they weren't born until 2017 and 2019, like, they have no idea about 9/11. They have no idea about all the things that, like, went down or happened before. I see it. There's, like, this piece of hair that happened around that time frame. It's mind-boggling. Double N Jen says, my husband drove to San Francisco back then and tried to refuse to go. He wasn't sure what else would be targeted and took the longest way possible for a few weeks because the company told him no. I mean, I don't blame him, but you can't, like, better to be safe than sorry, you know? Double Engine, my local route was like a ghost town. I listened to the New York-based radio show and cried all day. Yeah, it was not. Like, just seeing it on TV, I know is way different than being there in person, but it was something else. Hi, Donna, from Christina. Lauren says, one of the girls I went to high school with, her sister was on one of the planes. Oh no. Hopefully she survived. If not, my condolences. It was a crazy time. Crazy time. Lauren says, I live 45 minutes from Boston. I'm in Rhode Island, so it hits home. Yeah, because you're, like, right there. Jeez. I couldn't imagine, like, being in any of those surrounding states and being able to possibly look over from one state to New York and just seeing the smoke and everything happening and wondering what's going on. Donna says, I made my own yogurt bowl. It is by Kennedy Ryan. Ryan? Oh, the author of the book. Like, hold on. You put two complete thoughts in there, and it confused me. I'm okay now. Lauren says, one of the girls on my volleyball team has her plane ticket where she left out of Logan on 9/11 and her bus ride to the airport. She talked to an older woman, and that woman was on the plane that died. Oh, Jeez. Mine is 20 and same, and it's interesting to see the difference between like the generation that happened during 9/11 and then like now the future generations, and they have no idea. Like just the things, I was thinking about this the other day, things that my children will never know, but I know. Like looking up things on a card catalog, like actually having to go through and look for the book that you need from the library, only to go find it and either not have it and put it on hold, or have it and have to go through and read it to find the information you needed. But now they have everything at the tip of their fingers. All they have to do is type it in into Google and they can search for it. Or now that they have Chat GPT, they can get help with homework assignments that way. And not being like, I also think about like them being able to skip commercials or skip ads, whereas we couldn't do that. You had to use the commercial time to get drinks, to get snacks, to go to the bathroom, what have you. And they can just go click and skip it and just continue watching. It's mind-boggling. Anne says, Jean, I am really interested in seeing her reaction. Yeah, let us know. That's going to be wild. Jen says, there are 2 main bridges in San Francisco that he avoided forever. I don't blame him. Your daughter or mine? My eldest was in kindergarten. I drove straight back to the school and had to tell them they had not even heard it yet. They started calling parents and sending kids home. Ooh, yeah. Because it takes a while for some of it to get around. But as soon as, like, I think I was only in school for like an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 tops before we were sent home. It was wild. My daughter says, Anne, she hates watching the videos of that day just like I do. It breaks my heart imagining all of those people. Yeah, I get why they do the anniversary like tribute stuff, but at the same time, like, I'd rather not relive it in a way, you know? Not to mention, I can't imagine how that is for the people that were like closely involved in there. Like that's gotta be rough. Jen says, I feel like it is almost like a movie to them. And I remember waking up to the news on the radio and TV, and it felt fake to me. Then my in-laws had it on all day long every day. Oh, yeah. It made me want to scream to turn it off. Yeah, there's only so much I can watch when it comes to the news. After a while, I just go, okay, I can't watch anymore. Donna says, random, I got a comment on my book haul video saying, what a beautiful bookstore. I love all the wood. What? But it's not a bookstore. Maybe they meant bookshelves? But it's not a bookstore. That's silly. They clearly don't know what they're watching. How would you respond to that? I would just say thank you. Just say thank you for watching. That's exactly what I would do. Oh, thanks. I put a lot of time into curating these shelves. Thanks for watching. That's how I would do it. Because if they're not watching the video and paying attention, then they're not, picking up that it's not a bookstore. You know what I mean? Haha, Donna, says Christina. What about a phone attached to the wall? Oh, yes. Or the rotary phone? I have no idea. I am being brought more. Laundry room? Okay, thank you. Asking questions about the laundry basket. I still appreciate the ads for that reason. Yes. Right, Anne? Even landlines have almost disappeared. I don't have one, and I can't tell you the last time I did have one. Maybe 10, 15 years ago? Maybe. I don't know. I really haven't used them. Lauren says, I was in college and I was at my friend's house and we saw the second plane hit. We watched the whole thing. It was scary. Yes. That whole thing was scary. And just to see all the like dust and debris and fires and I can't do it. Ren says learning is definitely different now. I don't think I've ever gone to a physical library for anything. I usually just use Google Scholar through a library interface to access journal articles, and I'm 20. See, that's what I mean. Like nobody, unless you have to physically have like you looked it up in a book, like citation for a paper, everything you can access online, and even then you can have the citation like copy pasted at the back of your paper. So we're really in like the digital era. I mean, because like it's wild. Anne says, I was working in the hospital in Delaware and we were not allowed to leave. Fair enough. I mean, you guys probably went on a lockdown in a sense. That way you didn't have to like go out there. Google Scholar is great. Lauren says, so I have a crazy, creepy story about the Twin Towers. We were in New York City the week before. My parents asked me if we wanted to go to the Twin Towers, and I said no, they'll always be there. And then that happened a week later. Excuse me. That could have been your intuition saying something don't feel right. But that's crazy that you were like, no, they're always going to be there, and then now they're not. I kind of wish that they would have rebuilt them and we still had them, but at the same time, I get why they didn't. So it's hard, but at least they were able to do the like memorial site. Jen says it isn't working on my laptop right now for some strange reason. The Google Scholar. Hopefully it works soon. Jen says when we had one, my daughter would call my cell on the house phone when we were in the same house. That's funny. And remember that time when we first got AOL and we couldn't be on the phone and the internet at the same time. Oh, that dial-up sound. It still gives me like my eye twitches when I hear it. Ren with Chat GPT, I think it can help with homework during high school and middle school, but in uni, it's not as useful. You'll need to start actually reading the actual content. Chat GPT can just explain. Gotcha. Or summarize concepts you don't understand. That would be me. I would be using it. You have to cut everything too, or cite. Yeah. You had to cite everything. Ren says to Jen, Google Scholar is my saving grace. Yep. We didn't have that when I was in school. I know I'm like dating myself, Jesus. Jen says that was fun to learn as an older college student. I have to access it on my phone and go to the linked sites on my computer right now. Oh, wow. My university library isn't great. Gotcha. We aren't allowed to use websites as references anymore because ChatGPT uses existing content to formulate its answers, but it doesn't or rarely uses journals. Fair enough. Because they're worried about, like, it's fascinating because ChatGPT, and a lot of other like AI sources, it can pull information, and you still have to kind of worry about plagiarizing. But at the same time, because of the technology, how do you deal with the plagiarizing exactly? It's wild. We used to have this thing when we turned in our like papers. It would have to go through a program, and I forget what the program is called, but it would scan your essay or whatever, and it would look for like exact wording, and it would tell the professor if you plagiarized that sentence or if you didn't cite it or whatever. It was crazy. I had to push back a semester of my college because in my last semester I took this god awful class. I needed something. It was like you had to take one or the other, and I chose one, thinking that it would be easier, and it turned out to not be easier. But it was a study about British literature in certain time frames, and one of my papers got flagged for plagiarism, so she like wrote really big on my paper, like come see me immediately. And I was like, listen, I don't like, I'm not trying to like plagiarize, I'm not trying to like just take the easy way out. I told her, I was like, this is my last semester. I was like, what do I do? Because I don't want to push back graduation if I have to. Like, can I like redo the paper? Can I resubmit it? Can I just give it to you? And like, you can look at it. Like, what do I do? And she was like, well, at this point, there's nothing I can do because it was submitted and it had like the sentence or whatever. Then she had to forward it to the like department, and they had to decide. I could appeal it, and then it went from there. And I'm like, this teacher was hard up for like, you don't want to do the work, then we're going to punish you for it. And it wasn't even that. It was like, I had done a paper, I had turned it in, and I thought all was well, and I was prepping for graduation. And then she was just like, no, no. And like, so it wasn't even like so when I went to go through the process of like dealing with that and appealing it and saying, hey, I've never done anything like this before, I've never had this happen before, like this is my last semester, like I'm trying to graduate so that I can like be done. And they were like, well, the teacher is saying that you did this on purpose. And I was like, no. I was like, if this was going to be an issue, or if this was going to be the route, I was like, I did not plan for this. I did not sit there and say, I'm just going to plagiarize this paper so that I can get through my last semester. Like, I had worked hard to get through where I was, and just one paper made me cancel my graduation, and I had to take another class the following semester. And meanwhile, I couldn't leave the class because if I left the class or dropped the class, then I wouldn't get credit, and it would look like I had done the plagiarizing and I was leaving the class because of it. And I was like, my God, like this is a fucking double-edged sword. Like, all I'm trying to do is graduate. I'm not trying to do it by any means crooked necessary. I'm just trying to do the stuff, do the work, and be done. Like, I gave that teacher a bad review too, because you had like this rate my professor nonsense. I don't know if they still have it, but I rated her poorly. And I was like, I do not recommend taking this teacher. I was like, if you can find this class without this teacher, take it. But if you can't and she's your only option, don't do it. I was just like, nope. We didn't have computers. Yep. Up until like the late 90s. Not everybody had a computer at home. Lauren says, trust me, that one situation stays in my head, and I do get intuition instincts on things like that, on different things in life. Yep, me too. If I don't feel comfortable or if I feel weird, I won't go to wherever it is. Anne says, how many people remember a typewriter? I do. I actually want to get one that still works, but I haven't been able to find one. But I used to love those things. Lauren says they did build the Freedom Tower. I went to the top of that. It was scary to think that people were jumping out of that high in the building. It was scary. I mean, it sucks that those people had no other option. If you think about it, like, where are you going to go if you can't go down the building because the building is collapsing? But you don't want to jump, but at the same time, like, there's nowhere to go, especially if it's on fire. Like, you're basically blocked anyway. So you're either sitting there waiting for the building to fall, or you jump to your imminent demise. It sucks either way. And I can't even like fathom what would be going through their head when that was happening. Jen says that is what I learned on, and yep. I have a program or site that checks the paper for me on format, plagiarism, etc. Yeah, there used to be, and I can't remember what it was, but it was basically you would submit the paper and it would look for formatting, citations, plagiarism, word usage or word count. And I have to see if I can look it up. I don't even know what it was anymore. They probably changed it by now. Lauren says, you got mail? I remember every time my parents picked up the phone and it kicked me off. Yep. I hated that. Or that's how my mom would get me off. She's like, okay, your time's up. Pick up the phone. Christina says, I do, and that's what we had. I still use my typewriter. Ooh, nice. Christina, there was not internet until after I was out of school, and then I went back to college when my eldest was 7, and that was crazy. Everything was different. Yeah. It's crazy to think, like, in such a short amount of time span, things change, but now things are just changing rapidly. I could resubmit papers if I need to fix something. Oh no, this was like the type of thing, like, once you submitted it, you could not resubmit it. You could only submit once. It was crazy. Ren says to Jen, I have a separate Google account that uses my uni email to access Google Scholar. Maybe try that and see if it works, if that's an option. Or restarting the device. Ooh, that's an idea. It might need an update. Yep. I think I did an update before everything went wonky. The other thing is that update could be part of the wonkiness. Check and make sure that there's not another update to get the kinks and bugs out. Still have that, Alicia? Which one? Let me know. For plagiarism, they use AI checkers and turn it in. Maybe it was the turn it in one. Or something similar. I don't think it was called that, though. But I recommend not always using the best punctuation, because if it's too good, it's immediately flagged as AI, especially when it comes to using dashes. Yeah. Yo, my fellow boot camp week 1 survivors. Hey, Molly. How's it going? We're almost to the bottom of the comments, I think, and we'll go into our last sprint. I never check my Turnitin score when I submit a paper. I haven't had a problem so far. Cross fingers you don't. Donna says, I have to head out as my niece is coming for a visit. Have fun. Thanks for stopping by. Jen says, sometimes it takes Google Chrome to readjust to new updates. Yep. I try not to use Google Chrome as much. I think this is the Edge is what I'm using, and then I'll also use Mozilla. Jen says, I hate computers sometimes. Me too. It's a love-hate thing with technology. I lose 10% of my grade, but it's worth it. Hey, that's still, depending on the grading scale, that's still an A or B. Good enough. That sounds like when I got my doctorate. Wow. Ren says, I usually just use Grammarly to check my assignments, but I just hover over what's underlined and then manually change it because Grammarly also is flagged as AI. Funny how that works. But yeah, I do the same thing. If it's underlined, then I take a look at it and either say add to dictionary or I fix it. Jen says, I can use a different search engine too. Yay! I have Pro Writing Aid simply because I got a lifetime sub. Nice. Ren says sometimes the update isn't compatible with certain applications. Yep. Jen says I've tried Edge and it worked. Nice. We usually get 3 submissions. They've added leniency then, because whatever the program was that we had, it was one shot. You turned it in and that was it. I'll have to see if I remember what it was called, but I believe we are at the bottom of the comments now, so I'm going to star that one and pull up the cat. We are going to go into our last sprint, but it's going to be a shorter one. It's only going to be 30 minutes because I have to stay on top of my time. And we're 3 hours and 17 minutes in, and I still have, I think, 4 lives to do this month, but I only have 20 hours. So, last sprint, let me change the banner. Whoops. Hold on. It's doing strange things. Okay, there we go. Final sprint. I can see the comments again. And I will see everyone back in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting, happy productivity. Hello, hello. How did everyone do on that final sprint? My cat is trying to figure out how he wants to sit in my lap, and he just keeps going around in circles. It's not gonna be he's not gonna be too happy when I tell him he has to get up. I folded another load of laundry, and I got to chapter, I guess this is 33. So I'm almost done with God Killer, and then I will start It's Just Business later on today. I'm gonna go get some food after I'm done here. Let me see where I'm at, because I opened up my YouTube as well, so that I could see who is sprinting, so that if there was sprints, I could get them the links so that you guys, if you need more sprints, you know where to go. It looks like Katie is still sprinting. Steph from Coffee Over Apples is sprinting, so I'll put in those links. And this is amazing. I've been getting notifications. I had to silence my phone because I'm now at 388 subscribers, and my goal is to reach 500 by the end of the month. So I just need 110. I think that is doable. We'll see. But thank you for anyone who has recently subscribed. It helps the goal and the channel grow. So thank you. Thank you. All right, let's see where I left off in the comments. I believe I started. This was the last comment. We usually get 3 submissions. This was in terms of like turning assignments in digitally. And so that was one of the things that we were talking about. Jen says, now that I am done with my 10-page paper, LOL. When my Chrome stops working, I usually use Firefox. Yep. You have to have multiple like web browsers these days because one won't open certain things or has like ads that pop up or whatever. You have to use ad blocker, and then you have to use other ones because certain websites don't want to work. It's all in the algorithms. I hate it, to be honest. Ren says, I'm sure that would be terrifying. Debates in class already get me in a tizzy, to be fair, and questions from the class after presentations quite literally hated. There was a lot of things that I hated about a lot of my classes. It depends on what it was, but a lot of my stuff, once I figured out what major I was going to go with, it was a lot of like just workshop type classes. There was no debates or anything. Anne says, to Ren, the professors can ask any question. Are there any more sprints today? That was our final sprint that we just went through. So there are going to be other people sprinting, which, like I said, I'll add the links. I don't know. Usually Katie ends roughly about the same time I do, but I will put her link in anyway. Or if Christina is still here, if you know of anybody else who is sprinting besides Katie and Coffee Over Apples, I think her name is Steph. If they're sprinting, let me know. Started The Night of the Vampire. It's an urban paranormal romance, and it sounds like the vampires and witches are fighting. Interesting. I'll have to look that one up. See if my library has it. Molly says, I got about 10% of Rolling in the Deep listened to. Woohoo! Christina says, I folded a couple chapters too, got to 18%. You know, I mean, sometimes we fold those chapters and we read the laundry and it just happens. But I'm glad you folded a couple of chapters and got some progress done. Nice. Thanks for hosting today, Alicia. You're so welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Annette says, I ate my curry and finished my book. Yay! I think we had 3 finished books today. I'm almost done my book, so that will be 4 once I finish it. Ren got to 10% into the book, enjoying it so far. Nice, nice. Here's all of the things. Recruits, don't forget to salute the like button. Wow, bucket. Ugh. Don't forget to salute the like button and make sure to report for duty by subscribing. And be sure to stop by the mess hall and get some hydration in. Yes, yes. Make sure you're doing all of the things. And if you stop by the mess hall, let us know what you had. Post pictures in the Discord. Recruits, stop by the arts and crafts tent and post pictures of your projects in the Discord as well. Anna is back. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Glad I made it in time. I'm about to make lunch and loved being back at the library. Yay! I am going to go have lunch too. I think I'm going to eat some leftover pizza. Maybe some chicken bites if we still have some. Excuse me. Christina says Boot Camp Readathon announcement and co-host TBR video playlist. Here is the link for that. If you are not on the convoy, you can report to Drill Sergeant your BookTube bestie Koda. Sprints at 6. Here's the link for there. I'll be in the comments hanging out there. Boot Camp Convoy Sprints playlist is there, so you know who is coming up next, because they are not 24/7, but we've tried. We've gotten a lot. Attention all boot camp recruits. I want to keep saying book camp. That would be amazing. Book camp. Boot camp recruits, remember to refresh the playlist as the deployment orders keep changing. Indeed. Here is the link for the boot camp Discord. Come join us, hang out, and chat. Drill Sergeant Shantel created a book camp boot camp. We're just going with boot camp, book camp, boot camp story graph challenge. There's the link for that. Lauren says, I have 81% of my book done. I'm excited to finish and start another one. Same. Like I said, I'll be finishing God Killer and then doing It's Just Business, which is a office romance. Sam is here to say hi and bye. Hi, Sam. Bye, Sam. Hope your day is going well. Lauren says, actually starting to feel better too, not as congested. Nice. I hear and double check because I have not tried it myself yet. I want to. They say pineapple juice is good for congestion. Don't take my word for it. Definitely Google it because I am not a doctor, but I do try to find home remedies. So yeah, that's something that you could look into possibly to help with congestion. I also know that if you are congested, stay away from dairy for like a day or two because it, like especially milk will help create the mucus and you want the mucus to go away. So they say pineapple juice is the one to help with that, but also just don't drink milk for like a day or two. Because I know like anytime I drink milk and I'm congested, I just get more congested. But definitely check it out. Don't take my word for it. Ask your doctor. Christina says, Tiffany from the Beach Bum Bookworm is doing Kill Time with Cozy Sprints in an hour, 4 p.m. EDT. There's the link for that. Thank you, Christina. Anne says, I am eating peanut butter nabs. Is that kind of like Nutter Butters almost? It kind of sounds like it. The little like peanut butter cookies. Ooh, I want some peanut butter now. Christina says a book camp would be fun. It would. I will get on that and make some sort of thing. I'm not very good at creating like the bingo boards and stuff, although I'm trying. I'm waiting for my book. It's called Canva for Dummies, so I can learn. Canva is me and Canva are not friends right now. We're just learning. Christina says, hi, Sam. Sam says, hi, Christina. I will have to try the pineapple juice and see how it goes. My husband's a manager of a grocery store. I'll have him pick them up. Ooh, let us know how it works for you. Yeah, I have not had my smoothie in 2 weeks. I miss it very much. Smoothies. I want a smoothie. Pineapple juice has bromelain in it, which is an anti-inflammatory. So yes, it can make it easier to breathe. See? There you go. Thank you, Molly, for that fun fact. Does the pineapple juice still work if you put it in some coconut rum as a pina colada? I don't know. Maybe. Try it and find out. Let me know. I'm not a big coconut person, so I couldn't tell you. Hi, Molly from Christina. They are the square orange crackers. Ooh, square crackers with like peanut butter on them. We call them peanut butter crackers. At least I do. But either way, those are so good. Molly says to Christina, LOL, of course it does. There you go. I'm very good in Canva, so if you need any help, let me know. Use it every day for my business. Ooh, I may reach out because I am trying to learn and my brain is not comprehending it. Ren says my mom would always make us a makeshift face steamer with hot water in a bowl and then put our faces over the bowl with a towel over our heads. Yes, I do the same thing. The hot steam will get in and it'll kind of open up the sinuses. Also, Vicks Vapor Rub. I stick it like right under my nose and that kind of opens the sinuses. They now have a nasal spray you can spray too. But yeah, I grew up with the face steamer with hot water. Christina says, LOL, Molly. My smoothie I make with flaxseed, cup of Greek yogurt, cup of milk, a cup of strawberries, and half a cup of blueberries. That sounds delicious. I'll have to try that. There's one of the recipes I'm going to use for Boot Camp Readathon is a berries cottage cheese ice cream. I need to go get the cottage cheese, and then it just kind of, the idea is that you take the cottage cheese, the berries, like frozen berries, and you blend it, and then you put it in a container to like put it in the freezer, and then it's supposed to be high in protein, nutritious because of the fruit, and it's like a healthier alternative instead of just eating ice cream. I want to try it. It sounds delicious. I'm not so keen on the cottage cheese part, but I figure blend it together, it'll be fine. Ren, she used to put peppermint oil in the water. Also, peppermint oil or a peppermint like essential oil, you can use that. You just, if you have like a sunburn, you can kind of like put dabs on and kind of rub it in, and that will take the sting out of sunburn. You will smell like a peppermint for a while, but a little goes a long way. And it helps take the sting out of sunburns. And then you put aloe on top. Mm-hmm. Christina says, well, regular rum works too. Yes. I love that for multiple reasons because my leg swells from when I stepped on my black cat on Friday the 13th and fell down the stairs. True stories, no lies, can't make it up. No, you cannot make up something like that. That's crazy. Well, hopefully that bad juju goes away and you get better. That's crazy. A black cat, Friday the 13th, and you fell down the stairs. Oh my gosh. Ren says my dad used to heat it up and shot a whiskey for us as well. For like colds and things. I mean, it could work. Christina says, I am feeling summertime with all the allergies, have to have fun somewhere. So fruity drinks all can be made a virgin too. Just call it a smoothie or Slurpee. Ooh, that sounds like a good idea. They also say if you put Vicks Vapor Rub on the bottom of your feet with socks at night, that helps also. Yes, because it helps like draw it out. Rub a sunburn? Yeah, like peppermint oil. You can put peppermint oil, like I use a cotton ball, and I put peppermint oil on the cotton ball and then just kind of go like this, and like it takes the sting out of your sunburn. And then I usually let it sit for a few minutes and do its thing, and then I will cover my sunburn with either aloe or like an after sun lotion, and that helps the sunburn to heal a little faster. When I broke my arm when I was small, my father gave me a shot of bourbon, so I went to sleep. I mean, that's one way to do it. That would have been crazy. I know they used to put like a dab of alcohol, whiskey, or something on your gums when you were teething. Sam says you must dilute essential oils with a carrier oil. Some can burn the skin. Yes. I don't use the peppermint oil often. Yes, Ralphie, you go up there. But I don't really get burned a lot, but you should always use some sort of carrier oil. Christina said, this Friday the 13th is the start of my son's summer break. That's next week? Oh, snap. I'm staying home on Friday the 13th. Down here, the crazies are out. I mean, that's everywhere, but it seems like it's more so here. And I don't go out on a Friday like that. That means I have to do my grocery shopping on Thursday if I need anything, or I'll wait until Saturday. Ren says, yeah, heat up a shot of whiskey for colds. Ooh. There was I have to find it again. There was a home remedy where you mix a couple of things, and if you have a cough, you take like a tablespoon twice a day or something, and it helps the cough go away sooner. I have to find it again. Christina says, would the Vicks on the feet thing work while you are awake? Sleeping with socks on is a bad idea for me. I overheat while sleeping. Possibly. I mean, you would have to be... I don't know how that would work, because if you're doing a lot of walking around, I imagine the Vicks would go right through your sock. But if you were say sitting down for an extended period of time, maybe. Lauren says, I actually live near a graveyard too. It was like a movie. I went airborne. Billy flipped on the stairs, went head first down the stairs, and hit my head on the wall. I have a softball-sized hole in my wall. Oh, no. That's horrible. I hope you're okay. You didn't get a concussion or anything when that happened, did it? It was a few years ago. Well, so thankfully, you're fine. You're fine now. But still, I would be afraid of stairs. I mean, I'm clumsy as it is. Ren says to Christina, not sure, in my family, we usually only do it for babies. Yeah. And so far, the final comment looks to be Christina's. I can barely touch a sheet when I have a sunburn, so no rubbing here. But then I stay out of the sun now. I'm kind of a gremlin. Same. I don't go outside unless I absolutely have to, because I know if I do, I will burn. I do not tan. That's fair skin right there. Christina says, well, if you're not feeling well, you are on the couch or bed laying down, but awake. I mean, yeah. I don't see why not. I would just worry if you had to do a lot of walking around. You'd have to take preventative measures so it doesn't go through your sock. My grandmother would put tea in the bathtub when we got a sunburn. That's an interesting idea. Christina says, have a beautiful day, everyone. That is true. Real quick. It looks like she's still going, so I will move my pen. I will put in the link for Katie's sprints, and I will put the link in for Steph's sprints. Be sure to go check them out and hit the like button. And if you need more sprints, there are sprints. There will be more throughout the day. Yeah, my skin is a day blue too, Alicia. Yes, I do not. Like, I do not tan. My husband, on the other hand, you can see where he wears his watch. Christina says, burn in 5 minutes flat. Yep. I'm outside for 20 minutes. I'll go, okay, time to go back in. There is the link for Katie's sprints. Ooh, there's the link for Steph's sprints if you need more. My grandmother said freckles were suntan through the screen door. Yep. And I've noticed too, like, I never had freckles on my arm, and I don't know if you can see them, but like right here, I have freckles, and that's just me putting my arm like by the window while driving. So we be careful. Sunscreen is like an SPF 50 or higher for me. LOL. And yep. All right, that is the end of our sprints. My tummy is starting to growl, so I'm gonna go eat lunch. Thank you to everyone who was in the comments and came and hung out with me. English is not my forte today. I will have videos coming up next week. Hopefully 3 is my goal, because I have to put up my book to my birthday book haul, my June TBR, and then one other video. I have not decided what it is yet. So look out for those, and then I will have sprints again on next Sunday, which is the 15th. And I will see everyone in the comments. Thank you. You're so welcome. I love watching your sprints. I look forward to them. You're so welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out. The only tan I'm getting is all my freckles join up. Yep. I kind of feel the same. All right. I will see you guys next time. Say goodbye, Ralphie. Say goodbye, Ralphie. All right. And I will see everyone in the comments, in the streams. And I will see you guys next time. Have a good week. Have a good rest of your weekend. Bye.